A última live que tivemos foi de. Foi em Cal, né? Foi em Cal com meus amigos Jardim da Fontaine. Bem divertido, velho. Foi bem divertido esse Cal. Na verdade, aquela Cal. Não, na verdade, aquela Cal, antes da live, tinha 6 pessoas na Cal, ou mais. Foi até legal, foi bem legal. Óbvio que foi. Teve um momento que teve uma baderna, né? Porque, né? Nem sempre fica tudo controlado, né? Porém tava muito bom aquela live. Eu gostei bastante. Eu queria upar a Linette, só que o que acontece? Ela não vai ser tão boa pra mim, não vai, porque eu preciso das constelações dela e eu não tenho, não. É horrível, mas realmente preciso. Se eu quiser, né? Se eu quiser deixar ela boa o suficiente. Ou eu posso tacar proficiência nela, que é o caso que eu vi que dá pra fazer. Esperando o jogo abrir, né? Espero que abra. Porque se não abrir vai ser foda. E eu peço desculpa, na live anterior não deu pra ler o chat porque eu estava muito. É que eu estava com muita ansiedade pra Fontaine, também estava muito feliz com Fontaine, então eu tava distraído muito, então eu não consegui ler o chat simplesmente. Nem é pela cal, porque se for pela cal eu consigo ler o chat de boa, mesmo assim. Foi mesmo por causa de Fontaine mesmo, porque eu tava observando tudo, não queria tirar o olho por um segundo de Fontaine. É como se fosse uma coisa única, entendeu? Porque a cada vez que chega uma região nova, é um momento único que você está vendo, porque, bom, ela já chegou, então não vai chegar de novo, entendeu? É um momento único, então, pra mim foi especial, porque era Fontaine, eu queria ver Fontaine há bastante tempo, e realmente, superou minha expectativa, superou. Se bem que minha expectativa já era alta, minha expectativa já era bem alta, e superou. Claro que eu ainda espero mais coisas, porque vai ter parte 2 da ilha. Não, da ilha não, vai ter mais parte 2 de Fontaine, parte 3, parte 4, não sei. Vai ter bastante ilhas, porque, né, não, ilhas não, meu Deus, por que eu tô falando ilhas? Vai ter bastante parte de Fontaine, até porque, precisa ter, porque, né, nós vamos ter bastante coisa, Suméria tem bastante coisa, Líbia também tem bastante coisa, Suméria tem bastante coisa. Apesar de que Fontaine já tem mais coisas do que Líbia, não sei, talvez. Mais de uma cidade também tem bastante coisa, tá ligado? E relaxa que agora eu tô lendo o chat de boa. Nossa, que demora pra fazer integridade do arquivo. Carregou. Primeiro eu vou fazer as diárias, tá? Desculpa falar um pouquinho, mas eu tenho que fazer as diárias, né? Eu não entendo o jogo ainda. E a história aqui, eu não vou realmente começar do início de Fontaine. Por quê? Porque eu comecei lá na live. Eu comecei do outro live da live. Eu comecei da outra live. Eu podia simplesmente pegar aquela parte e colocar junto com essa parte aqui da live, fazer em um vídeo, pegar e editar. Só que é uma call misturada com uma live normal, então não daria certo. Então, tipo, caso vocês queiram ver minha reação da primeira parte, não, realmente do começo, primeira parte não, essa é a primeira parte, do começo, tipo, do comecinho mesmo, vocês vão lá vocês vão lá na live anterior, isso. Vamos pra lá. Vai ter que mudar minhas diárias pra Fontaine, velho. Eu queria ter mudado ontem mesmo, só que eu não fiz história, né? Eu ia fazer história ontem, Só que meus amigos combinou de. Aqueles meus amigos que tá jogando live, né? Mas combinou de jogar. Porque tipo, se vocês verem a live anterior, dá pra ver que vocês vão ver que nós combinou de jogar mais, tá ligado? Só que nós não jogou, porque, né, sempre era corridas. Mas jogamos à noite, de madrugada nós jogamos. Eu não ia fazer live porque eu ia jogar com eles primeiro, porque assim, poxa, não dá pra jogar, tô pra jogar com eles primeiro. Só que o que acontece, né? Eu sei. Mas não tem problema não. Não tem problema.
Surprise! Cue the spotlight!
Cadê o próximo? Cadê? Inimigos derrotados. Tem que derrotar os inimigos? Ai, caralho. Agora não sei mais onde tá. Não sabia que ia derrotar eles, que ódio. Ah, mano, que missão chata. Oxe, o chat tá dando um erro. Ah, mano.
We're way behind schedule.
Por quê? Qual foi desse chat? Parou. Parou de bugar, eu acho. Aí tem uma coisa que eu tô pensando em fazer nessa live aqui agora mesmo. Tô pensando... Não, acho que eu vou fazer uma live separada, porque pra mim pelo menos,
If you lie on the grass, you can feel
eu
the
tenho que fazer uma
heartbeat
live
of the
só
world.
tirando. Se eu for realmente fazer isso, porque eu tô pensando em pegar a constelação da Linette, porque pelo que eu vi, ela só é boa de verdade mesmo com constelação. Porque se não for com constelação, tem que ser com proficiência. Aí eu pergunto, por que então eu vou usar ela com proficiência no suporte se eu já tenho como pode dizer, se eu já tenho um caso, tá ligado? Pô, não dá, né? Não dá. Eu tô pensando em tirar, só que mano, porque eu gosto muito da Linette, sabe? Gosto muito dela, então não sei, tá ligado?
We're way behind schedule.
Estou em dúvidas, muitas dúvidas. Porque eu tô juntando gema para o Zombie
We're way behind schedule.
e a Focalance. E a Lerquino. E a Gizong. A quantidade de gema atual tem essa aqui, ó. Eu tenho 19.000 gemas. Ou agora. Creio eu que até o Zombie eu tinha 20.000 gemas ou 21.000. Isso se eu não atirar. Isso se eu não atirar, entendeu? Porque, né,
We're way behind schedule.
bora lá na próxima. Eu esqueci que eu tinha que fazer uma missão. Meu Deus. Tinha uma missão de Nazoma que eu tinha que ficar fazendo diariamente, só que eu esqueci. Meu Deus, não vai começar do zero, né? Deixa eu fazer aquele diário primeiro. Mano, como eu pude esquecer? Matar esse bicho é fácil. agora? Ah, não vou não vai esperar. Eu não vou naquilo não. Aquela missão pode esperar. Primeiro, irei ver essa diária aí. Porque tem um negócio que eu tô querendo liberar, sabe? Um baú. Um baú aí. É porque falta o último auxílio pra pegar essa conquista. O último auxílio elétrico. Depois eu liberar esse elétrico, fazer as missões dessa velhinha. E é missões diárias. Não é que diárias, elas pedem coisas pra fazer diariamente. É bem chato. Ela nem dá localização direito, ela só dá dica. Bem chato mesmo. Vamos lá então.
Next on the...
Um cílio gentil elétrico guiará seu caminho até uma piscina profunda no centro da sua lugar abaixo do santuário de Sanadomia. Um gentil cílio elétrico guiará o seu caminho até uma piscina profunda. Ah, não. Ah, não. Depois eu faço isso.
Next on the agenda... We're way behind schedule.
Não, eu vou fazer agora. Ô, caralho, viu? Sem nenhum nome mais no negócio. Sem nenhum nome.
Next on the agenda...
Deixa eu ver. Comate. Não deu a comate, né? Tá, deixa eu ver aqui. Achei. Ah não, sim, meu Deus.
It's so nice to de-stress.
Eu até entendi que era debaixo daquela... da ilha da Tatsumi. Só que eu pensei, pô, é um silly. Então eu vou ter que odiar o negócio inteiro pra achar. E eu sou meio perdido. Eu prefiro, é melhor ver vídeo do que ficar procurando, tá ligado? Cadê ele? Ele não tá aqui. Poxa, ele não tá aqui. Deixa eu ver. Ele tá perto de um arbusto. Ah, ele tá
We're way
ali.
behind schedule.
Tá ali. Não. Agora não sei pra onde essa coisa foi. Ai, que ódio. Tinha que ir logo pra cima. Totalmente pra cima. Aquele aqui, ó. Ô, desgraça. Para de ir pra cima. Ele foi de novo pra cima, velho. Meu Deus, não dá pra... Ai, tá aqui. Ah não, caralho. Fica quieto, vai pra cima. Depois que você vai pra cima. O quê? Será que era Cecília mesmo? Que pergunta. Era? Deixa eu ver só um negócio. Pô, aí é foda, viu? Deixa eu ver aqui. Pronto.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Vamos falar com ela agora. Nossa, eu tô enrolando muito pra missão. Eu peço muita desculpa pra vocês. É que realmente, se eu não fizesse isso agora, eu ia esquecer. E eu não ia fazer. Eu não ia fazer mais.
Next on the agenda.
Mas o que ela falou? Boa sorte não pode se apresentar fazer mais. A boa sorte não pode ser apressada. E, além do mais, até ela hospital para se descansar. Você deveria ter vindo aqui agora. Que ódio! Só vai dizer a mesma coisa, vai ter que entrar amanhã de novo. Ódio. Calma lá. Deixa eu ver se era aquele baú mesmo. Só pra conferir. Era aqui mesmo. Tá. Vamos lá. Podemos ir para a próxima diária agora. E começar a missão. Eu tô lendo o chat, então não se preocupem. Ah, minha bateria tá 15%? Por quê?
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do.
Só fazer esse diário e acabou. Ai, que ódio. Só vai logo de uma vez. É só uma diária, velho. Pra que isso? Que ódio.
Allow me! Billowing surge!
I must withdraw.
Sim, aprendeu sim, aham. Bora lá agora. Em fontaine. Eu esqueço que fontaine é pra cima, meu Deus do céu. Que costume é esse, velho? É que Sumério e Nazuma é sempre pra baixo, né? Sumério e Nazuma você desce lá embaixo pra fazer. Aí eu tô acostumado a descer tudo o negócio. Agora é tudo pra cima, tá ligado? E pra esquerda ainda. Não vai ser fácil acostumar. Se bem que eu posso apertar aqui em fontaine. Posso muito bem fazer isso. Eu faço, não faço, mas deveria.
Ad astra abyssosk. Welcome. Thank you for completing.
Oxi.
Ad astra.
Eu tinha que tirar o delay da live. Mas fazer o que? Não tem como eu tirar ainda. Porque eu não sei tirar. Simplesmente não sei. Se eu for tirar, eu vou ter que tirar a qualidade da live. Não é o que eu quero. Não é. Quero deixar ela com qualidade máxima. Deixa eu ver aqui. Qualidade. Automática não, caralho. Deixa eu ver aqui. Qualidade. Avançada. Oxi. Só tem 480p. Por quê? Por quê? Não tô entendendo. É pra ter mais. Ah, velho. Ainda tá com esse negócio. Que ódio. Não sei o que fazer. Pera, esse aqui é novo, né? Verdade. Agora minha expedição vai ser em... A expedição não vai ser mais em Sumério. Esqueci desse bagulho. Agora eu não sei o que fazer. Eu só fui botando o negócio. Aqui eu vou deixar normal mesmo. Ah, não. Eu esqueci disso agora. É que assim, eu botava tudo aqui, aqui e aqui, né? Mas não botava aqui. Não preciso botar em fontaine. Eu tô brisando, desculpa, eu tô brisando muito. Mas seria bom eu botar aqui, né? Isso aqui é útil, eu acho. Sei, talvez seja. Por enquanto eu vou deixar assim, vai. Calma aí, eu acabei de ver coisas. Vamos ver aqui, pra ter certeza do que eu tô vendo. O que seria isso aqui, velho? Deixa eu traduzir isso aqui, calma aí. Eu até falaria aqui na live, mas não posso comentar disso aqui não, aqui na live. Mas o que é isso? Não tem tradução para isso, não sei o que é isso. Meu Deus. Isso é muito específico. Tá, deixa isso quieto. Depois eu vejo isso depois da live. Cliquei sem querer no negócio. Ah, tem que pegar a recompensa, que ódio. Peguei a recompensa. Bora lá.
Let's move out.
Lembrei onde a gente estava. Eu tava tentando recapitular a história. Sendo que eu já lembrava, só que deu branco. Aqui.
We're way behind schedule. Next on the agenda.
Não posso ir então? Ah tá, tem que chamar o elevador. Verdade. Que demora. Caralho. Mano, isso demora demais. Finalmente. Mano, eu amei esse elevador, não preciso nem falar, né? Nossa senhora, esse elevador é muito bom, velho. É tão legal essa função de ter que esperar o elevador sempre, fica um bom tempo ouvindo a musiquinha lá dentro. Até
We're way behind schedule.
até descer. Aí a música sona. Nossa, que legal. Aí não vou conseguir ler muito da Irma também, porque é como eu quero.
Hey!
Vamos começar.
Hello there. Excuse me.
Dá pra
Are
ouvir
you
o som do
alright?
jogo? Deixa eu aumentar o volume aqui da minha live pra ver se dá. Eu acho que tá um pouco alto, não? Deixa eu ver. Tá só um pouco alto, vai estar só um pouco. Deixa eu baixar um pouquinho. Não sei o quanto eu devo abaixar. Deixa eu ver. Acho que não precisa aumentar mais não, abaixar mais não. Vamos lá. Eita.
Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried
A
about
voz
something.
dela, muito linda.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
De mar, na verdade, é apenas um lago interior enchido com água fria.
And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Eita, olha lá eles lá.
Oh, and you are?
Lynette.
Thanks for looking after my sister. She
Não, Lynette
often
não.
comes here to
Meu
reminisce
Deus, eu
about our
confundi os dois
childhood,
agora.
that's all. There's no need for any
Eu
concern.
achei que eu não ia confundir nunca. Linei. Isso.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the traveler. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Com você ao meu lado, eu nem tenho o que falar, pai, irmão. É porque você rouba as palavras da minha boca. Qual que eu falo? Verdade, literalmente rouba as palavras. Verdade.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Ah lá, eu também acho que o meu irmão às vezes fala demais. Mano, é muito bom essa cara dela. Olha a cara que ela tá fazendo, velho. Muito bom, velho. Essa expressão muito boa.
Seems you were right, Paimon.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing
Já
your
estou gostando
memories?
da história de
And that it won't
Fontaine,
be
meu
long
Deus.
before it engulfs you too.
E eu mal comecei.
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet.
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Olá, neném.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Ah, ela é um mágico, né?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
Alivia Arconte Idol, finalmente? Mas já? Nossa! Será que finalmente vamos vê-la de início? Porque a Kusanagi demorou um pouco, viu? Demorou um pouco. Não demorou tanto assim. Não demorou tanto, vai. Mas demorou.
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Que da hora, meu Deus. Tô gostando bastante. Não, vou até caminhar junto também. Olha que legal. Ah, mano, isso é muito bom. Poxa, ela parou por quê? Ah, tá. Eita,
You
caralho, deu
said you were
merda.
going to see
Deu
Lady
ruim.
Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Ela já veio? Meu Deus, que rápido. Eu achando que deu merda, mas não, é só veio. Só veio. Eita, olha ela aí. Não, eu sei que não é ela, mas essa é outra personagem muito bonita. Olha ela aí. Nossa, é tão bom ter uma região onde a arconte aparece rápido assim no começo pra ver a gente e sem atacar a gente, sem tentar matar a gente ou sei lá alguma coisa.
She's the Hydra
Ou sem
Archon?
estar presa, algo assim. Muito
How
bom
did you
isso.
know we were looking for her?
Né?
My
Sabia.
dear people,
Ela já sabia,
rich
isso é
and
muito
poor,
incrível.
those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all. Raise your glasses in
Olha.
celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, two unfamiliar
Agora que eu
travelers
notei,
have
ela tem um olho
arrived in our
diferente.
nation.
Ela tem um
Come,
olho ao contrário.
Let us make a
Olha,
toast in
não, os
honor
olhos
of
dela
this
são ao
traveler
contrário.
and his companion,
Isso é
who
muito
have
doido.
journeyed here from distant lands.
Eita.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless.
Eita.
No, I have come to receive you. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now,
Nem,
you may rejoice in
nossa,
this.
é muito isso. É muito essa resposta. Mano, é muito isso, porque eu tava vendo isso agora, velho, agora. Tipo, não é tão fácil ver uma
I still can't
arconte.
believe it.
Em todos os jogos que nós
Feels like
fizemos,
we've
foi
only
muito
been
difícil
here
ver
for a
arconte.
few
Foi
minutes.
muito difícil. Claro, o 20 de junho de início, por exemplo. Mas ele não se revelou tão cedo, entendeu? Ele não se revelou tão cedo. Se eu não me engano, né? Se eu não me engano. O João Grito também foi assim, se não me engano. Mas vamos continuar.
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
Talvez um pouco exagerado, talvez, né? Ela podia só ter chegado, não precisava nem chamar aqueles guardas, sei lá, tanto faz. Não precisava nem ter chamado, só viesse.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be
A
awestruck by
dublagem
my
tá certinha,
abilities.
a boca não tá mexendo, ó.
You had
Me
best
rolha, me
stop
rolha.
and consider. Do you really
que você tá
have the noble
fazendo,
qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Nicoia, por favor, mexe a boca certinha do personagem na dublagem. Pelo amor de Deus. Isso dá um toque tão grande na gente. Nenhuma agonia. Tira, sei lá, dá um desconforto de ver o personagem falando e não abrindo a boca.
Oh, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Sim, sempre.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Foi sim, claro que foi.
What else should I say then?
Nossa, ela é muito bonita, velho.
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What? Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him.
Oh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy. And despite you may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself
Nossa,
and this
duelo.
traveler from another land.
Caralho.
Just as you were hoping to see.
Boss de arconte? Novo? Finalmente uma luta contra boss de novo? Porque antes era com a Bal, agora vai ser com ela. Nossa, se tiver uma luta, nossa, vai ser foda demais. Vai ser muito foda. Aí vai lá, acontece alguma coisa na história pra não rolar essa luta. Me foi. Nossa. Agora ela tá lutar, tô emocionado demais. Lutar contra Deus é só outra segunda-feira pra mim, ô louco. Nossa, eu falo bem tranquilo. Oxi, vamos ser presos, é?
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. He is obviously a true... Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel.
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us
Não
on
cometemos nenhum
trial?
crime. É verdade. A gente acabou de chegar. Ah, tá.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial.
Ah,
It's obvious, isn't
tem
it?
uma razão. Qual seria?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city
objetos
limits
voadores
during the
nas
first
zonas
3
urbanas de
days
Fontaine.
of each month.
Meu Deus.
You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Ué, mas a gente nem sabia.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine
Então,
like
não
she.
conhece.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object?
Ah, tá, Paimon.
You mean
Ah,
Paimon?
mas aí é foda, né? É Paimon.
Precisely.
Oxi.
Now,
Mas
if you
agora
two have no
Paimon é
objections,
proibido em
then,
Fontaine?
in the name of the
Que porra é essa,
Hydro Archon,
coitada?
I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny. Finally, someone who's not crazy. How could anyone
Lunático.
climb on a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, But how exactly do you plan to prove
Ah
your
lá.
claim?
Ah lá.
As a magician who just rained on your parade,
Mano, isso tá
I
muito bom,
naturally
velho.
should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ó a visão. Visão Pyro. Entendi o que ele tá fazendo. Entendi o que ele tá fazendo.
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Foi aquele momento. Que incrível. A minha coisa tá sendo inteligente. Eu tô achando impressionante, velho. Me
There.
colocando
As you
personalidade em
can all
todas.
clearly see,
Nossa,
Paimon
velho,
should
que
be
isso?
classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems
Ela tá rindo, meu Deus.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of
E a
unexpected
risada dela
twist
foi
that I
muito boa, né?
enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all...
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of just that. When there are valid grounds, I will not but even the gods of other lands.
Caralho, é tão bom.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette.
Ela vai embora, nem falou direito com a gente, tipo, de perto. De perto mesmo, tipo, olhando pra cara do outro, entendeu? Porque ela tava lá em cima. Achei que ele até ia descer, mas não desceu não. Mas pelo menos falou com a gente. E viu a gente. A gente viu ela também.
Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Você deve ter adivinhado que isso ia acontecer.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind
Ele
of
tinha até
god Lady
falado que
Farina
seria útil no
is?
futuro, algo assim, esse bagulho que ele fez, esse bagulho que ele fez atrás. Ele até falou que seria útil, realmente foi útil mesmo. Agora entenderam que tipo de arconte é a nossa arconte. É, entendemos.
She can be a
Sim.
bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at
Como
the
não,
Opera House,
Paimon?
right?
Ele tem uma cartola.
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living.
E
Lynette is
capuz
my
também.
assistant.
Não sei se é um capuz atrás aí. Mas parece um capuz.
It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can... And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Eu sei que vai acontecer alguma merda.
Sure.
Se a
We don't really
Lerquinha
have
está
anything
aqui,
to do now,
vai
and we
acontecer
wanted to go
alguma
to the
merda.
Opera House
Vai.
anyway.
Vai. Com certeza vai.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Huh?
Oh não.
What are they going to use it for?
About that. You asked me before about the prophecy. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful... In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed
no
away.
Fontaine recente, aquilo lá, apareceu uma cena dessa no mar, a Focalors, em um trono no meio do mar. Mano, isso foi muito incrível, eu lembro disso.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas, and others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia.
Nossa senhora.
But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters.
Já tem Celeste
There hasn't
envolvida.
been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Nós seremos os próximos. Ai, ai.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But we hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity.
Oh, Hyman gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Vamos lá pegar essa bolsa.
We're way behind
Ah,
schedule.
são só 3 pessoas. Eles são perto, achei que eu teria que subir o elevador e pegar todo mundo, enfim. Mas não.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been... Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in the story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
all right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily...
Next on the agenda.
Oxi, aqui estamina não funciona. É, pelo visto não funciona não. É só lá pra frente, na verdade.
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the life is all about living in the moment, what use is there in worrying about the future all the time?
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Acabou, vamos embora. Pra onde agora? Ah, vou voltar a falar com ele.
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Pelo visto, eles sabem que vai acontecer alguma merda.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Não, não vou ter que pegar não, né? Não. Ah tá. Eu vou só... Ah não, vou ter que coletar assim, que ódio. Bora lá então.
Next on the agenda.
Ah, mas é aqui perto. Ah, por que me preocupei? Pertinho.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
Hydro? Tem que usar Hydro? Sim mesmo. Tem mais alguém? Acho que eu vou mais ali também. Não, não tem não. Tem sim. Tem não. Realmente tem que jogar água, vamos ver.
Hold the line.
Ai, que de novo. Ele brilha e solta bolhas, sei lá. Mas eu jurava que eu tinha pego esse aqui. Oxe. Bagulho do evento, no caso. Ah, mas não foi no meu mundo que eu peguei, né? Verdade, não foi no meu mundo. Ah, mas sei lá, né? Eu acho que nunca é diferente. Mas tudo bem. Vamos lá. Vou levar pra ele. Tem mais um. Nossa, tem 3 mesmo.
Let's move out.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
A Lynette realmente é muito calada.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Energia, então ela é uma robô? Espero que não. Ela deve estar falando de energia mesmo, tipo energia humana, não sei.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here,
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Eita.
Huh? What's wrong with her? I'm...
She's obviously a thief.
Eita, malária.
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Nossa, que filha da puta.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet
Que
that'll be
desculpa é
her
essa pra se
escape route if she
separar?
tries to
Não
run.
precisava disso, era só chegar perto dela. Ah tá, pra ela não fugir, mas é... É foda. Deixa comigo.
All right.
Gostei. São dois personagens novos de Fontaine que falam com a gente no início de Fontaine, isso é muito bom. A musiquinha.
It's so nice to de-stress.
Por que eu fui pro lado contrário? Eu não entendi. Não sei porquê.
This is the spot where Lenny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Pega ladrão. Pega ladrão. Olha lá.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running. What should we do? Should we chase her?
Nosso dever é bloquear esse caminho.
You're right. She might.
Não voltou?
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Não! É pra cima, não era pra baixo, que ódio. Aí.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
Deixa eu cair as coisas com a boca.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lily's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us.
Oxe, rapaz, mão sumindo nesse canto. Mano, que doideira. Ah não, pera, não é pra descer não.
Next
Tô
on the
descendo
agenda.
toda hora, né? Não é pra descer, é pra eu ir pra cá.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious...
This is an aquabus. It allows people to... It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much.
Você não conversa muito.
Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Tanto faz. Nossa. Ai.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
A Charlotte! Olha! Finalmente a Charlotte apareceu!
Huh?
Que legal!
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I'd never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news.
Olá!
What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere.
Não acredito que a Paimon tentou apresentar o Linné e a Lynette, sendo que ela já é de Fontaine. Eu não acredito. Ah não, mano.
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Ah não, mas ela conhece. Elas não se conhecem. Ah tá, essa se conhece por notícia ou algo assim, tá ligado? É o que tá aparentando ser. Não tinha lido porque o negócio, o balão pulou sozinho e eu não tinha lido direito. É, eu vi pulou de novo. Fica tão automático.
Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Meu Deus.
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now.
Que legal,
and
né?
it's probably the most
A
mysterious
visão
case
dela
we've
fica aqui
ever
no cabelo.
seen.
Acho muito legal no lacinho. Não tem nenhum personagem que tem a visão no cabelo, se não me engano.
I'm the first with the draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked. And it's the headline story in the Steambird. When that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of it, but the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Imitar o crime?
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Eita. Que bonito. Ah, que visão bonita. E essa música, nossa senhora. Meu Deus. É muito bonito, velho, não tem como. Música de circo. Circo. Parece muito, sei lá. Nunca fui em um circo, mas pra mim parece música de circo.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quick.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at...
What a tough job. Always running around.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides...
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
É gigantesco mesmo. Esse bagulho é tão bonito. Caterine? Será que já dá pra passar as missões pra cá? Não, eu tenho que falar com a Caterine primeiro, né? Deixa eu ver aqui. Onde é que é mesmo? Olha, é verdade, eu vou ganhar tiro, né? Deixa eu ver. Não é aqui. Também não é aqui. Ah. Aleatório não. Meu Deus. Eu deixei no Nazuma porque eu tava completando o Nazuma 100%, né? Aliás, eu esqueci de mostrar pra vocês. Deixa eu mostrar rapidinho. Eu tô com 100% de Nazuma. Ó, 100% aqui, 100% aqui, 100% aqui, 100% aqui, 100% aqui e 100% aqui. Tudo. Só que tem uma conquista que falta um cílio, que eu tava fazendo aquela missão lá. E o que também falta? Falta também fazer os puzzles. Puzzle não. Os puzzles faltam alguns, mas é muito irrelevante, não precisa, tá ligado? Falta tipo, sei lá, uns 7 puzzles no total. Aí falta algumas missões secundárias, entendeu? Azuis. Só que eu preciso fazer as diárias pra liberar ela. Até vinha diária que precisa. Ela tá fazendo missão de Natumba, só que eu nem tô gostando tanto. E provavelmente quando eu liberar de Fontaine, eu vou passar as missões de Fontaine, porque não dá. Não consigo fazer essas missões aqui não. Pra cima? Pra cima onde? Eita, tem um teleporte aqui, ó. No fundo da água. Mano. Ah, vou ter um teleporte ali em cima, né? Vai facilitar.
We're way behind schedule.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Ó, Forminete finalmente
Where did
apareceu.
everyone else go?
Eu tava...
I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Calma. Eu estava me perguntando quando que ele ia aparecer, só que, né? Eu acabei não perguntando, porque na hora que eu me perguntei isso, a Charlotte apareceu. Aí eu vi os pezinhos de relance, achei que era ele, mas eu vi direito, eu vi que era a Charlotte. Porque veio rápido, quando ela veio rápido, mostrando só os pés, um pouco de relance. Então achei que fosse ele, mas não.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
Eita, ele é bem frio.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Ele tem muitos parentes, que família legal.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Não tem problema, podem conversar.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get it?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Chuva em Fontaine, eu tava tanto querendo ver isso. Ah, não é chuva não, só ficou a noite. Ah, que triste. É chuva sim, é, não é? É chuva sim. Ai,
Looks
meu
like
Deus.
rain.
Chove sim em Fontaine. Eu tava muito querendo ver isso.
But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's wet.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry.
Ah, que triste, vai parar.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Será que esse dragão da água é o dragão mental de Fontaine? Dragão mental.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could
Sim,
at least play
verdade.
along.
Mas que isso? A Linette falando um bagulho desse? Eu não imaginava disso, não. Que isso, menino?
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting...
Was there something
Ele tá
you needed
escondendo
to
alguma
do,
coisa,
Lemmy?
eu acho. Ele tá escondendo alguma coisa.
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the... On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Fazemos um
Oh,
espetáculo.
are you leaving?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the material. Perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there
Ah, ela é
tends to be pretty
introvertida,
talkative.
entendi agora.
Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the...
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This'll be a walk in the park.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with...
Ah, então vai só a gente lá. Achei que iria junto. Ah tá. Tem um rastro, eu esqueci que tem rastro.
We're way behind schedule.
O chat tá bugando muito, velho.
Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're...
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made... No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be used, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Calma aí. Vendo o negócio. Pronto.
Wow.
I can't say for sure, but
Hey, is this machine what you...
why use your hands when a machine can do the work?
But where does a big machine like that...
Ah, well, it's so little, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's
legal.
produced from trials.
O negócio aqui subindo vai descer com tudo. Ó, bem legal.
Huh? How can
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the... When a trial is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's belief in justice.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the oratrice would... But... Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Porque tiveram encher meu saco agora. Bom, se bem que eles mereceram, né? Estão sendo rude.
Yeah,
E
but
vieram
how do we
incomodar.
know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no? 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on! Before you go around trying to collect payments,
Olha o
why don't you settle
Tartaglia.
your own debts first?
Caralho, do nada, do nada. O Tartaglia aparecendo do nada, mano. Como assim? Meu Deus, eu fiquei em choque agora. Eu não esperava. Achei que ele ia aparecer no finalzinho de Fontaine. Mas eu gostei, hein? Esperem aí antes de saírem cobrando os outros, porque vocês não pagam suas dívidas primeiro. Ô louco de Tartaglia.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora.
É,
So why don't we work things out between us
começando
first,
o meu
before you
negócio.
get back to your little
Então
conversation
vou
here?
na mente mesmo. É isso. Ô louco, resolver os probleminhas de vocês voltarem para a sua conversa. Ô louco.
Ah, you're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe
Boa.
next month.
Bem
Why are
feito.
you hounding me
Quer
now?
mais por encher o saco dos outros. E cobrar ainda também. No mês que vem ali, hipócrita. Ali ó, nós dissemos que vamos pagar todo mês, todos os eventos no mês que vem. Olha que figurante hipócrita, olha isso, velho. Que arrombado. É, para de encher o saco, né? Nossa, que hipócrita do caralho.
Traveler, Paimon! I
Nossa.
didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine.
É
What are the
coincidência,
chances?
né? Coincidência.
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
Ah, metem encrenca.
Either way you look
Ah,
at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well
Sim, eu
so
também
far.
quero evitar.
Right, Traveler?
Não me importa de uma encrenquinha de vez em quando.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect
Toma,
us to
cara.
sit and twiddle our
Toma,
thumbs while you
figurante
catch up with
de...
your
Não vou
friends?
falar isso, mas... Que arrombado, hein?
Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Meu Deus, ela...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt.
Pra não
Oh,
interromper.
by the way,
Ô,
Traveler,
louco,
the
que
last time
foda.
I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys. Let's see who has to pay up now.
Caralho.
Can you at least let
lá,
me finish one
vamos
sentence?
tentar bater nele, olha aqui.
Fine.
Ó,
Though the bank told me
merecem
not to get
apanhar.
rough with our clients.
Merecem apanhar.
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of
Sim, foram eles que
self-defense.
começaram, né? Então,
You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
dá porrada neles. Isso, dá porrada neles. Porrada neles mesmo. Isso aí. Vem lá.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Ô louco. Jogar com Taitag, olha que da hora. Isso, eu sendo
Brace
gentil.
yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Ai que da hora. Ah, essa música, velho. Eu amo essa música. Acabou. Que triste. Foi bem rapidinho.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait.
Oh, now you know.
Percebeu
It's a
agora.
little late,
Que
don't
ele é
you
o
think?
Fatui.
Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with
É um pouco
Northland
tarde, não
Bank.
acha?
Got it?
Ô louco, velho. Tartaga só mitando nesse capítulo. Nossa senhora, que isso? Que não mexe com o banco, não, tá certo. Eita porra.
Huh?
Oxi, o que deu?
Now's my chance.
O que deu? Ué, não entendi o que aconteceu. Oxi.
Huh. That was weird.
O que houve?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something...
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway.
Sim, pode
Besides,
deixar a pessoa
I always
enferrujada
have my
mesmo.
delusion in case I need it.
Sim, ainda mais você que tem uma ilusão. É melhor você não usar essa ilusão tão frequentemente. Não tem uma visão, então não posso falar nada. Não, verdade.
So what are you doing
Vou
in
colocar
Fontaine,
primeiro.
child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because...
What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about...
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling.
That is a possibility.
Tem alguma ideia de onde veio?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge
Sim,
whale that
como
seemed to
baleia.
leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Surtado.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the...
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world... Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists.
Official champion duelist?
A mulher lá voltou pro
You mean
trabalho.
it's their job to duel?
Tacou foda-se pra nós e voltou pro trabalho.
Yep,
Ai, ai.
in Fontaine,
Fica
before a
tirando
criminal
fundo aí.
goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And so engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
Calma, tô vendo negócio. No pior dos casos, você simplesmente não sobrevive no duelo.
Though it's rumored that
Oh,
Fontaine has a death
Carai.
penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise,
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
apparently it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them. Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorand. Huh.
É. Sou terrível lembrando nomes. Eu sou não.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Com isso. Eita.
Your
Que isso?
vision? You're
Oxi.
seriously just giving it away?
Por quê?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be
Arrombado,
pretty
ele vai se
upset if
virar
it got
sem
in
a
the way of
visão,
my duel.
porque
So,
ele vai acabar se
I think I'll be
ferrando.
better off without it for now.
De que ela fique descontrolada. Ah, tá, entendi. Eu ficaria bem chateado se ela atrapalhasse meu canal.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Será?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon.
Verdade.
Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Agora nós vai ver a Caterina, tenho certeza. Porque foi que vamos dar uma volta, né?
Who could have seen that coming?
Eu
The
acho,
reporter
eu
who was
acho.
barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Abaixo, cara.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing. The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yard. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
Você já me disse que é um assassino.
Oh, sorry Paimon will be more hey. Shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's... Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
No final de tudo, nem vamos ver a Caterina ainda. Caralho. Tô meio chocado, porque a primeira coisa que nós vimos em Sumério foi a Caterina, eu acho. Não, não foi. Não foi literalmente a Caterina. Foi primeiro a Colin. Não, foi primeiro o Tignar, eu acho, depois a Colin.
We're way behind schedule.
Faz tanto tempo, né? Não tem como não lembrar. Faz tempo pra caralho. Mano, eu tô tão perdido que eu não sei chegar ali. Eu simplesmente não sei como chegar ali. Tô falando sério. Eu tenho que decorar. A Paimon falando história que não sabe onde ir, né? Eu também não sei. Tô muito perdido. Ah, tem que subir o elevador, né? Provavelmente é isso. Não, né? Não. É aqui, ó. Quase que eu vou pro local errado. Quase. Ó, louco. Eu juro que eu não tinha visto esse lugar. Eu acho. Não tinha visto. Não, eu tinha visto sim. Pera, eu tava dando volta? Eu tava dando volta. Mentira que eu tava dando volta. Não tô acreditando. Ah, velho, fica muito puto nisso que eu tava dando volta e achar que eu achei um local novo. Eu sou literalmente um Zoro, velho. Não é possível. Opa, calma lá. Tá contando para agora, mas não tem como ir ali. Não tem como. Poxa, que bizarro. Deixa eu ver. É mais em cima? Tem como ir mais em cima? Não, não tem. Mano, isso é muito estranho.
Next on the agenda.
Ah, é embaixo? Oxi, ah, mano. É mais embaixo. Eu fui muito pra cima, né? É, fui sim. Bem aqui.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Eu tenho que pegar ele, né? É, eu tenho que pegar. Pra ir a Enias. Mas não é pra cá. É? Ué, pra onde que é isso? A missão tá apontando pra cá, ó. Não, é pra cima. Mano, quando eu vou pra cima... Quando eu vou pra cima, o negócio aparece pra baixo. Eu não tô entendendo. Agora tá mostrando mais pra cima, não tô entendendo nada. Ah, aqui. Eu não faço ideia como é que eu chego aqui. Eu sei que tem um elevador aqui, mas eu não faço ideia como chego. Olha, então tem outro local pra fontaine? Interessante. Vamos pra lá. Legal, então tem um lugar que eu não fui pra fontaine, deixa eu ver. Ah, deve ter, não sei.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Aranias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese.
É lugar
If you
novo
look
que
to
eu
the
não
left
fui.
in the direction we are
Eu
currently
vou liberar mais
traveling,
canto do mapa.
you will see the famous Fontaine Research
É aquele
Institute
local
up
que tá
in the sky.
fechado. Eu acho.
An
Não sei.
experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing
Deixa eu abrir o mapa
opportunity.
rapidinho. Não, não é local novo. Ah, tá. Ah, eu já tinha vindo pra cá, ó. Mas eu não fui pra cá, nem pra cá, nem pra cá. Então é pra cá que a gente tá indo.
Human
Interessante.
ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing. We are now approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Thank you. Eu gosto desse thank you que eles mandam no final. Acabou? Acabou. Não. Oh, caralho. Que legal.
We're way behind schedule.
Que é feito, é feito. A música é muito bonitinha, velho, de Fontaine, meu Deus. Agora tá pedindo pra ir pra cá? Meu Deus do céu. Eu podia simplesmente teleportar. Eu não tenho teleporte daqui. Ah, eu peguei no mundo do Skin. Eu não peguei no meu mundo, eu peguei no mundo dele. Acabei não pegando no meu ainda. Vamos lá então, andando. Que bonito, olha. Mano, que bonita essa fonte. Olha um hidróculo. Não agora.
We're way behind schedule.
Não dá pra fazer rota.
Next on the agenda.
Pegar o teleporte. Mano, essas fontes é tão bonita. Olha isso, essas águas levantando e descendo. É tão bonito, velho. Não tem como. É tipo Fontaine. O que me lembra? Me lembra aqueles Isekai onde tem um castelo. Esse castelo de rico. E é muito bonito. E aqui é igual isso. Então eu acho muito lindo. Eu amo isso.
The opera at Eclairs. What a place to hold, huh? Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
É, tem
Oh,
bastante
Archon,
gente.
please bless us with a bright and healthy child.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. They're sure.
Vache.
Eita. Eita, porra, que isso? Olha a expressão dele, que da hora. Mano, essa expressão dele foi muito boa. Normalmente ele não muda a expressão, mas aqui ele ficou em choque do nada.
What's wrong?
Ou pode ter sido impressão minha.
Vache.
Ó, de novo.
Vache.
Vanchei. Falam Vanchei, só que não tem N. Ah, porque é inglês, né? Pronúncia em inglês. Você disse algo.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
De quem era essa voz?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's...
Lynette! You scared Paimon!
When he asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
Eu vi mesmo.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Era...
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
Eita! Será que o Tartaglia ouviu isso? Algo assim, será?
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element?
Sensibilidade ao elemento
But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental
deve ser
power?
o Tartaglia, certeza.
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense... Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
Espera aí que eu vou ao banheiro. Já volto. Voltei. Demorei um pouquinho, mas voltei. Que explicação interessante.
So, what did the voice say? If you were hearing their emotions, then
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Eu imaginava isso.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and...
We're way behind schedule.
Olha, essa bichinha que nós... Não viu. Foi outra. Não lembro qual que era. Ah, ela aqui. É essa. É a Bratini. Ela tava andando desse jeito em Fontaine, eu lembro disso. muito bonitinho ela
I
correndo.
prefer magic personally.
Ela tá andando, né? Mas parece que ela tá correndo.
Next on the agenda.
Prepuda.
Traveler in Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how... But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
Eu esqueci de deixar a éter com o elemento árido.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations.
Ooh, front row seat.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Dá pra seguir de boa? Dá pra sair de boa, eu acho. Dá pra teleportar aqui de boa também? Dá sim, eu acho. Cadê? Vamos procurar uma... Vai ser aqui mesmo. Linette, você vai sair do time rapidinho. Porque...
There's still a long road ahead.
Agora sim. Ó. Mano, é muito bonitinho ele azul, ó. Os negócios do azul, não gosto. Fica muito mais bonitinho dele, velho. Eu prefiro o azul. Não sei vocês. Agora podemos voltar ao que nós estávamos fazendo. Nossa, me perdi, calma. Tá.
You lead the way.
Pronto, bora. É, pelo visto não dá pra teleportar lá direto, mas pelo menos tá perto do teleporte. É o que importa.
Surprise! We're way behind schedule.
Dá pra sentar aqui? Tá. Dá pra sentar no meio. Ah, mas só no meio. Véi, por que a Mihoyo nunca deixa você sentar um aqui, outro aqui e outro aqui? É sempre um do lado esquerdo e outro do direito. Nunca dá pra sentar... Se dá pra sentar no meio, não dá pra sentar dos lados. Se dá pra sentar dos lados, não dá pra sentar no meio. Ah, Mihoyo. Por favor, arrume isso. que custa deixar sentar do lado? Que lugar lindo. Meu Deus do céu. Deixa eu explorar esse aqui primeiro. Meu Deus do céu, calma, deixa eu explorar esse local. Ah, aqui foi onde eu vim? Ah, então é o mesmo local. Mas o que você tem ali em cima?
Next on the agenda.
Ah, entendi. É o mesmo local, pô. É o mesmo local. Ah. A diferença é que aqui a gente vem por cima. Que legal. Quem é aquela? É o Nevilete? Não é possível.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's...
É o Nevilete mesmo. Meu Deus. A expressão dele. Nossa, que legal. Eu gostei, velho. Gostei. Finalmente eu me vi colocando a expressão do viajante. Olha o olho dele. A cara dela.
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a
Talvez
conversation with the
puxar
person
papo
next to
com o
us.
pessoal
Since we're sitting
perto da
together and
gente.
the rest of the place is practically
Nossa.
empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Verdade mesmo. É contigo, pai, irmão.
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
Ô, louco. Nossa, o Nevilete é muito legal, velho. Olha isso. Ele sendo... Qual que é a palavra certa pra isso mesmo? Eu esqueci. Ah, eu esqueci. Não lembro mais a palavra. Deu branco.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. Let's go. Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you...
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see...
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor from...
Wait, Nervillet?
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet... Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Lembro disso.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such...
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while
Ela
now.
apareceu ali do nada. Sinto te convidar, está fazendo uma pose já faz bom tempo.
I believe she is
Eu não
trying
vi
to
ela
give you a
ali.
most
Como assim?
elegant and impressive
Onde?
first impression.
Acho que ela está tentando passar a impressão mais elegante possível. Eita.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later.
Ela
Otherwise,
pode
she may
acabar
become...
ficando nervosa. Nossa. Caralho.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the High...
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Vai começar. Ai, que legal. As pessoas. Que legal.
Oh, they're dimming the lights! The show
Eu tô
must be
ansioso pra ver
starting!
isso. Os 3 pontinhos.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, 2 vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all.
Calma. Vou ver se o chat tá dando um erro ainda. Tá normal.
So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Sim.
Oh, good point.
Uma boa mesmo.
That's what makes the show
Assim
real magic.
assim eles conseguem mostrar que realmente estão fazendo mágica.
Now,
Sim,
without further ado,
literalmente,
let the show
literalmente,
begin.
eu falei isso
Lynette
antes de
will
ler.
now exit the
E
stage to make
realmente era
some
isso.
preparations.
Que incrível. Realmente era isso.
I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Eita. Eita caralho.
A magician's greatest skill
Cutscene.
is
Nossa,
making things
cutscene.
disappear
Amei. Eu
or
sabia que ia
appear.
ter.
The possibilities are endless.
Olha essa dublagem, que perfeita. Do nada ficou perfeita a dublagem. Mais do que já estava, né? Nossa.
Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Que bonita essa cutscene.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Eita caralho. Eita. só ficou roupa.
Are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Aconteceu alguma merda, né?
I'm back.
Ah tá. Achei que apareceu a Lerquinho do nada. Mas não, não é. Depois foi um choque. Falando que o choque volta. Se aparecesse a Lerquinho do nada, eu ia ficar muito em choque. Nossa, se a Lerquina aparecesse aqui, ia ser tão foda. Mas ela não vai aparecer tão cedo, imagino eu, né? Não vai. Eu acho.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary prep. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky please. If my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin.
Ah não, vai ser aleatório. Mas aposto que vai cair no viajante.
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations!
Ah não, vai ser
You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, if the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up. You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
Para estar contando junto, você não conseguirá que todos acelerem mesmo que quiser.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together.
De confiança, vamos praticar. Ah, vocês ainda não. Ah.
Come on, repeat after me.
Ah, tá.
60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all.
54, 53, 52? Huh?
54, 53, 52.
Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is...
Yes, I'm fine, I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the yacht.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
Eita caralho.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's working.
25! 24!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds.
19, 18, 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize if it feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still
10!
Outra cutscene.
Almost there now.
Finalmente outra
Swapping
cutscene.
two people is harder work than you might think.
Tava querendo ouvir a
Even a
contagem
master
cutscene.
magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait!
Olha o viajante
Is
sorrindo.
this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ah tá, achei que eu saía o Lequim. Ah velho, quero tanto ver o Lequim e não pai fala, não tem como. Vai ser muito bom se ela aparecer do nada. Vai ser muito bom. Ela aparecer. Caralho. O que aconteceu? Que foi isso? Acertou a pessoa com tudo. Puta que pariu. Mano. Caralho. Que isso?
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over.
Meu Deus,
Medical staff with me.
acertou o cara e a
Guards,
garota.
secure the scene and detain all the
Acertou o
performers.
cara e a
Seal the
garota.
exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Com certeza eu sei quem tá envolvido.
Unfortunately, the
Quem tá
person who is in the
envolvido
magic box
nisso.
has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe.
Nossa, não acredito. Ela morreu mesmo. Puta que pariu. Mano, que pesado. Eu não sabia que Fontaine ia ser um bagulho tão pesado assim, velho. Que isso? literalmente morreu em um show. E ela já tava meio tensa, com medo. E foi morta. Mano.
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowl in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearance.
Ah, tá. Então ela não morreu. Não dá pra entender se ela morreu ou não. Não sei se morreu ou não tô entendendo. E pensar que conseguiriam fazer algo assim.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
A garota desapareceu. Ela não foi morta, ela desapareceu. Ela estava meio tensa e talvez desapareceu. E o assistente morreu. Nossa,
now that I think
caralho.
about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald...
That can't be right! How could Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites... That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the... Then there's no problem at all. You know, the traveler... But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring, so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide that...
It wasn't a draw. She obviously looked...
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House.
É juiz? Não, não é juiz. Vamos dar uma de... Eu esqueci como é que fala o nome. Tipo, o bagulho que vamos apoiar o Linney, tentar ficar do lado dele no caso. Eu esqueci como é que fala a palavra, mas tipo, a gente vai tentar provar que ele é inocente. É isso aí, literalmente isso aí.
The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
Acho que eu poderia possivelmente ser o assassino? Não. Não, é difícil dizer. Eu vou colocar difícil dizer. Não sei. Eu não sei. É porque pode ser que ele esteja escondendo algo. Não sei. Vou colocar esse.
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to grasp the situation. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left... I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Olha a cara da Paimon.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
Eita.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
Eita.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Estou acostumado com isso.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
É foda, né?
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Verdade.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the state.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here.
Terminamos.
Hello,
Ainda não.
officer. How's the
Começou outra
investigation
conversa.
going?
Apareceu a conquista.
I see.
Não, conquista não.
You
negócio
must be the traveler
foi
that Lady
concluído,
Farina mentioned.
Mas mesmo assim não
Listen,
apareceu
I'll
outra
be
cena.
perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting
Cena não,
mixed up in this
conversa.
whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The
Eita,
deceased
caralho.
is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Ué. Isso aqui é meio... Isso aqui é meio estranho, não? Verdade, né?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any... However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
Nossa.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Verdade.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good.
Até comecei a suspeitar pouco agora.
Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Pera aí. Que da hora. A gente vai dar uma de investigador. Procure por pista dentro da ópera.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
Mentira.
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case?
Bora pro próximo. Nossa, tem muita coisa pra perguntar. Tem ali também? Tem ali também. Deixa eu ver. Só? Tem ali também. Caralho. Pera aí, o que é? Deixa eu ver. Parece que uma caixa comum, mas ele de alguma forma se moveu instantaneamente do barco para dentro dela. Como ele conseguiu?
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, if you find any new and interesting leads,
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud?
Aquele barulho,
You mean the
verdade?
sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait,
Sei não.
wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does
Estranho. Deixa eu ver. Aqui tem alguém, aqui tem alguém. É só eles? Deixa eu ver. Parece que é só eles. Mas é logo a pessoa que tá falando com eles, caralho. O que acontece se eu falar com eles? Deixa eu ver. Lynette. O que ela fala pra mim?
Lenny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later. Lenny's still
Oxe,
talking
mas
to
eu
the
apertei pra falar
guard.
com a
I
Molly.
think someone.
O que tá acontecendo? Deixa eu apertar agora.
Lenny's still talking to the guard. I think someone.
Não dá pra falar com ela, é? Ah, tá. Acaba falando com a Lynette. Deixa eu ver. Linei.
Lenny's still talking to the. I think someone will be.
Acaba falando com a Lynette. Não tem mais alguém. Pelo visto, a gente tem que achar a pessoa certa. Porque ali contou 1/3. Então vai ter alguma pessoa que vai falar alguma coisa que faz sentido. E uma pista importante. Temos que procurar bem. Pelo visto aqui não tem nada. Ali em cima não tem ninguém. Nem como ali em cima aparentemente. Aqui.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made... Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take note.
Agora eu vou contar 2, quer ver? Não contou 2. Ali tá apontando a missão pra lá, ó. Mas vamos ver tudo primeiro. Tô curioso pra ver tudo.
Go
Eu ia
ahead.
ver lá, mas
Have a
eu
look
acabei
around.
falando com ele primeiro.
In the end, we're both after the
Hello there. What are you?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently... The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or... Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure it is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these
Pô, já foi. Esse aqui é um dos importantes. Era. Agora... O que falta são esses aqui, né? Não? Todos esses já foram? Realmente já foram, caralho. Ué, falta quem então? Falta quem? Dá pra entrar aqui? Não dá. Aquele, nós já falou com ele. Ué, não tem mais ninguém pra conversar aqui. Tem? Que estranho. Tá faltando um alvo. Ah. Agora tudo faz
Hey,
sentido.
you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a
Eita.
while now.
Olha quem apareceu.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Olha o sorrisinho.
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned
Tá me lembrando
president.
a Fischl.
Though those who play by our
Por
rules
motivo.
call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various...
Well, I am the second generation.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina...
all merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unpaired Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be?
Verdade.
See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on, and if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my...
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that demoiselles you wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Ué, não contou? É sério que não contou?
Speaking of that...
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic.
You need not worry about such things.
Oh.
Eita. Achamos algo agora. É só eu mesmo.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict... So the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much...
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security, I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even a... We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say that... Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are...
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Gostei da nave.
Sorry, I got a little
Já
carried
achei ela
away
bonita,
there.
agora tô gostando
Call me
bastante dela.
Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcher. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange
que
here?
era algo por baixo do chão, eu já imaginava algo assim.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that the back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Existe outra caixa dentro dela.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works.
Como assim tem uma caixa dentro de outra caixa?
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic
Ah,
box!
tá, essa caixa. Uma caixa mágica.
I knew you'd figure
uma
out
passagem
most of it as
das
soon as you
caixas.
saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out...
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space.
Oh!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the...
I mean, we are twins. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only look...
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Calma aí, deixa eu ver um negócio.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the... And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing... And yet, to think that someone was... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone.
Mágica, estrutura.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and here's a broken vase. Huh.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks.
Let's note this down too.
Alguém passou e derrubou, né? Não é meio óbvio?
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Obviamente consegue.
This have been the
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down.
Tem mais nada aqui. Um vestido.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want...
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But
whatever it is.
E agora?
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
Apertei errado, apertei o G.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns.
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very... The guards have checked the area carefully. No one...
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence...
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld.
Charges and then trial.
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will... That's right. This is how indemnity... The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witnessed... To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has...
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to this... Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that not...
Huh? What?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties. Or, and even if that were not so, it could prove problematic.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that!
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. What better way to properly think through our findings?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Eita, então vamos fugir.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Interessante. Ah não,
Paimon will still do her
brincadeira
best,
aqui.
even if there are
Seria
no
legal
snacks.
fuga.
What do you mean, no snacks?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
E agora?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon
Olha,
that it
parece
smelled
delicioso.
good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking.
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a...
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
É, né?
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of... However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were... The magician twins could have committed the crimes.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
Dois falecidos, não era só um.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far, but the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to... Nor does she have any motive. The guard...
Were we not thorough enough in our... From the sound of things, this is turning it... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia.
They are my specialty after...
What? 5? Oh,
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big Balloose. Set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh? What are you...
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course?
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hot...
Eita.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think it would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've gotta get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just
Eu
need to prepare.
poderia terminar a live agora.
Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Eu quero continuar. Então, eu vou só comer, tá? Eu vou só comer e já volto. Vou só comer e já volto, beleza?
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
It's so nice to de-stress. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. It's so nice to de-stress. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. It's so nice to de-stress. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. It's so nice to de-stress. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
Voltei. Sei que eu demorei um pouquinho. É porque
Should we
tava
really be
almoçando,
off
né?
work this early?
Demora um pouquinho mesmo.
There is still a lot left to do.
Mas eu não demoro tanto assim, não, pai. Tô tentando ver um negócio em como... Calma. Aqui eu vou... Achei. Deixa eu só fazer um teste. Pronto. Deixa eu ver aqui, participante. Tá. Tô vendo o chat aqui de ver. Vamos pular aqui. O dia seguinte, agosto. Beleza.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
É pra lá? É pra lá. É porque é aqui que faz o juiz, né? É aqui que juiz não, aqui que faz o julgamento, né? Então é aqui que eu tenho que ficar mesmo. Não faria sentido em outro lugar, já que é aqui que faz o julgamento.
The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, At least we will be supporting them from the... Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well,
best of luck to you.
Ah, entendo assim. Aposto que tem um espião aí que vai informar todo ela do que aconteceu. E...
Ah, finally, you're back.
E a gente vai ser acusado.
How did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might...
No. We're already...
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that was to be expected, of course. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe,
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been...
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your... You ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the...
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecutor...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly...
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Sabe do túnel.
Oh, is that so?
Caralho, que
And if
foda
I may
essa
ask, what did you hear
transição.
while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time.
And you didn't hear anything else at all?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there...
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Como assim o Linney não ouviu aquele som? Que estranho.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Calma aí.
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Eita.
The House of the Hearth?
Casa da Areia. Meu... Ali. Ali.
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that... Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has a... The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Good thing I made all those preparations.
As duas personalidades dela.
Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night
Eu
is
acho.
really paying off.
Hey, Lenny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Meu Deus.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
Pronto.
What should we do now?
Granted.
Minha defesa não pode continuar? Como assim?
In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will...
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly... In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Well, this is awkward. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't not to set the wrong tone or anything. But Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no...
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone, which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized...
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh.
Bora. Vamos lá. Já viu um negócio? Verdade, agora que eu percebi, as missões aqui mudou, eu acho. Mudou o formato aqui. Porque agora tem uns efeitos. Eu acho que deu uma mudança, não? Eu acho. Ah, esse é o capítulo 2? Ou 1? Não sei. Ah, é ato 1. É ato 1. É ato 1. Vamos fazer até o 2, vai. Aí nós terminamos a live.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina...
That took long enough. Now then, if at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Eita caralho, é foda. Aí é foda. O que eu faço? Use as refutações para convencer o público a obter apoio das pessoas. Mano, não!
As the countdown
Eu
began,
não esperava por
when the
essa.
flatbed trolley passed,
Eu não vou
he
conseguir.
opened the box. He did not realize
Eu não
that the
percebi
sound
o
could
que
be
pode ser
heard by
feito.
everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he used the vase to knock her out. Before making her... At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that... So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before And there you have it. That's the truth behind
bonitas
what
essas artes.
happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of...
The key to refuting Lady Farina is
A
the
voz
order
dele.
of events, what
Que
Linney
linda.
experienced, and what he saw. Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Ué, não? Ninguém saiu da ópera de Eclipse durante o show de mágica e após o incidente, apenas aqueles que tiveram. Não. Isso, verdade. Não?
Sim.
Oxe, que então? Ué, o que então? Nada? Oxi. Oxi. Tá bom. Ué, nenhum? Aí é foda. Será que seria isso? Acho que é, não? Isso.
According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with...
Tá certo. Agora...
Lenny went to the room. Lenny did not.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has set when the countdown started. Lenny did indeed go into, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, the crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to complete the magic trick, he did not. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view.
Refutado com sucesso. Eita.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually...
In other words,
Você
you
não,
believe that
você
he
disse,
knew
não fui eu que-
nothing of the incident?
Essa palavra você acredita que ele não sabia de nada.
That's right!
My reasoning?
Premeditada.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on...
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time... You're saying that he wasn't?
Meu Deus! Socorro, não vou saber mexer nesse aqui. Deixa eu ver. Durante a presença houve um estrondo forte que não aconteceu.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already... The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Eita. Meu Deus. Acho que essa mulher.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience. Could there have been a third person involved?
Ah, tá. Verdade. A terceira pessoa envolvida. Não? Tá.
Halsey is the missing person.
Não? Ué,
The deceased's name is Cow.
Por que ele? Mas ele morreu. Oxe, não tô entendendo.
That can't be right. The killer was...
Oh, is that so? How in...
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be
Como pode supor que ele nego tinha como interferir no crime?
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lenny as well. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Ah, tá. Tá errado então. Deixa eu ver.
The deceased's name is Cowell. No one entered or left the opera house through. The sound we heard may have come from a.
Caralho, estão tudo errado.
Halsey's clothing was in the. The deceased's name is It would have been tough for both. No one entered or. No one entered or left. The sound we heard may have come from.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you—
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result—
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no—
Meu Deus.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave— The sound we heard may have come from a— The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny's The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important—
Será? É isso mesmo.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It all comes together. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling—
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are
the primordial seed.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Tá vendo só?
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that— Wait just a minute. Could that mean— You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust—
Order! Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the...
The deceased's name is Cowell. Linney's Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was in... The water from the primordial sea... The rope that held the water tank... The deceased's name is Cowell. Lynette was in the magic box. I remember there...
Foi.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Nossa.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank, but he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing...
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent...
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linney...
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning.
De novo não. Esse evento
Linney did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave this, having made modifications to the props beforehand. His accomplice Cowell then caused Hall's but upon his return, in cruel avarice, ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cut now. As much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion. Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the road?
Não, não é o fim.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either.
Acha que nós tem que fazer um
Seems
negócio
using the
louco
water as
mesmo.
new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And I believe this is indeed... Now then, my good, noble excuse me, everyone, but...
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth but once everyone believes the illusion. Can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous... Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't, but as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the fight.
I understand.
Eita.
And voila.
Eita. Cutscene? Ah, não é cutscene não. Ué, não sei. Ah, não é não.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
Não acredito.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Eita, é Mondstadt.
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
Caralho, roubou.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Eu sabia que era ela. Eu tava pensando, e se fosse ela, tá ligado? Porque parecia muito ela.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you... Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it.
Ah, ela não sabia.
Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story.
Ah não, vai ter esse negócio sim. Eu achei que não teria. Não Também não é isso. Não? Então era esse aqui mesmo? Poxa, não. Ah, esse aqui não tem como coisar. E esse aqui? Deixa eu ver, esse aqui é o quê? Pera. Não, também. Não. Não.
The strange sound.
Deixa eu ver. Nunca tive o core, então usando o método. Pode ser mais moças, levou o core, fingiu tudo que não passou de um acidente. Como raça parece você salva todas.
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid.
Não, deixa eu ler primeiro. Esqueci de ler. Vendei pensões e desfazer de seus companheiros parecia a única estrela do espetáculo. Mas, como raça parecia sem salvo.
The flower vein.
Acertei.
And it's instant! Having been selected out of her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the... He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time, the two broke the flower vase during the struggle. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes. That she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the...
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Nossa, não acredito.
At this point,
Então foi ela
all
que
the
comeu.
events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story. Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Embora. A carinha até.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
Eita, ele lê mente também? Caralho.
No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow! Look at that! She's like a...
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the From this reconstruction of events, while there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories to make...
Eita, que bonito.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Boa, são inocentes.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Koopa.
I was just following orders.
Seguindo ordens?
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the
Yes! I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Caralho! Que isso?
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
Caralho.
I shouldn't have expected any less.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Caralho, mano, que isso?
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Winnie...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's back when our parents first died. Lynette and I were left wandering the street. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than...
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the dark.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving...
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. Thus, for all of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decision. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Que triste. Terminou um pouco triste, não? Vamos ver. Ainda tá no ato 1. Tem que ir pra cima. Mas... pra cá, né? Não. Ah, é aqui mesmo.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Eu não estava necessariamente investigando o caso do provavelmente em série. Isso.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold? And given that there's new evidence from the trial...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to...
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if Boss Navia's...
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Beau?
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
Eita, oferecer pra fonte, que isso? Eita, esse aqui é novo. Deixa eu ver, eu terminei o ato 1. Terminei o ato 1. Ah, eu quero fazer mais, mas sei lá. Vamos continuar, vai, vamos continuar. Tá bom a história, não importa de fazer o negócio inteiro.
We're way behind schedule.
Porque eu posso muito bem... Se eu for parar por aqui, eu não vou fazer mais live mais tarde. Eu teria que esperar até amanhã para continuar a história. E eu quero continuar a história agora. Então, vamos fazer até eu me cansar. Até eu me cansar. Que fonte é essa que eu não vi? É aqui? Ah, então essa é a fonte.
Next on the agenda.
Ah, então é tipo
Next on the agenda.
Não dá pra falar com ele. Ah, sei lá então. Ah, é aqui. Mano, caralho, não esperava. Trinta, ô louco. É menos que Sumero, ainda bem. Ainda bem, né? Sumero é muito mais. É 5, é 35. Você é louco. Olha. Eu vou comprar até esse aqui, vocês podem ter certeza. Ó, tirinha azul. Geminha. Geminha não, tiro, quer dizer. E vai ter outro. Isso é muito bom. Vou só levar o copo ali rapidinho, já volto.
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. It's so nice to de-stress.
Continuando a live.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person...
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosule, those highfalutin folk, are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things...
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
Calma.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Isso não vai ser bom.
Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is, we don't want to get
É, né? Mas parece que não vai ter escolha, né? Parece que não vai.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Huh. Perhaps you could... Oh, you did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know.
Huh? Paimon?
Was... Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next...
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the font. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the...
E agora? O que será que vai acontecer?
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
Tentar andar. Você poderia flutuar um pouco mais baixo.
Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Ah lá, qual foi?
Okay. As for expenses this month...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Nav!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you.
See ya!
Ô, louco. Ato 2 aberto. Bora pra lá.
We're way behind schedule.
Pera aí. Ah, tá. Olha a distância que eu ia andar.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Aranias might have...
Vacher.
De novo. De novo essa voz.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Nítido do que estava durante o dia, sim.
That's kind of spooky.
Vacher?
Meu Deus.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's... Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake
Eita
up!
caralho. O que tá acontecendo? Eita porra.
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
Oxi.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide. Now, how much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still... Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, it was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water still surfing. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not...
Eita caralho. Eita porra. O que tá acontecendo? Meu Deus. Meu Deus, que bagunça.
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Eita caralho.
Quick, now's our chance!
Essa clorinha também eu tô gostando bastante dela. Meu Deus. Parece que ela vai ser espadão. Ela e a loira. Parece que a Návia. E a Clorinde. Eu não sei o que ela vai ser. A arma dela vai ser provavelmente vai ser espada.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Corand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional...
Sorry, I did not...
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers.
Ela usa
I was
no
sure to
pescoço
check
a
a moment
visão,
ago.
olha que da hora.
They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Corand was being sincere with you. If we try...
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Chlorine who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank—
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her.
All right, you two.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really?
Oxi.
Paimon contributed somehow?
Ah, tá.
Oh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake. After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Eita. Era veneno.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes.
Meu Deus.
So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh? Really?
Felizmente, pai e irmão, nenhum de nós é de Fontaine. Senão teríamos sido... Ah tá, então por eles não ser de Fontaine, não acontece isso com eles. Entendi. Ah, mas não é para qualquer pessoa? Nem sei.
I
sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and her—
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name!
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
Dá pra ver que tá acontecendo muita
Speaking
coisa
of
por
which,
trás, escondida.
did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were up—
well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened? Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Isso provará ser o maior erro deles.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite...
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for... We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully...
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base...
Meu Deus, lá longe.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed.
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted it.
Very good. But let's not...
I shall find rooms for our respected guest.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Caralho, eu não sabia desse local.
Next on the agenda.
Eu não sabia. Mano, que da hora.
Next on the agenda.
Quero descer pela escada. Descer pela escada deve ser mais da hora, né? Ah, agora já era. Olha que da hora. Dá pra descer quase certinho na escada. Descer e subir também. Ah, mas descer é meio complicado. Eita, que fundo. Que lugar fundo do caralho. Eita, olha. O mapa do negócio. O que ele tá procurando? Aqui não tem nada, né? Dá pra ver no mapa. Realmente não tem nada pra coletar. Só queria ver se tem alguma coisa pra coletar aqui, baú, por exemplo. Mas não tem nada não. Pelo visto não tem nada. Nadinha.
We're way behind schedule.
Tem água aqui? Não tem água aqui. Qual cara aí? Aí é foda. Eu vou ter que me multar. Calma aí. Vou ficar um tempo multado, mas vou continuar no jogo. Calma.
Next on the agenda... We're way behind schedule. Next on the agenda... We're way behind schedule.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Lá se vai minhas expectativas. Esse aqui foi muito boa. Pronto, eu desmutei. Obrigado. Bom, sei lá. Obrigado.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
Ah, tá, entendo.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something my father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Cal. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Nossa, coitado.
Oh no.
Que horror.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Parece bem estranho mesmo. Vocês têm alguma pista do porquê?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation record. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get... If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when... And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait! If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth.
There is one other thing.
Oh! Her? Well, then... isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either.
Nossa.
She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but Seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
Nossa, bem triste isso aí.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to...
Afterward, Ms. Cloran told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who... All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after...
Yeah!
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you...
Incrível. E agora? Entrar aqui dentro? Ô louco, tem como entrar aqui dentro. Ah, não tem como não.
Paimon slept so well. Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back, but never mind that. When did you get...
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person is a key witness.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along now?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Ela tá meio estranha. O que será que deu nela? Vá para o palácio. Vá para o quê? Bora pra lá.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with a...
This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
Hey,
Don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or...
See? They've got great discipline.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards...
No. What I meant to say is...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steamboat.
We're here today to report and archive some...
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief
Thanks.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
Okay. Não, mas tem bicho.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case. Criminal. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so... If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
Pelo visto ela não tá.
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of—
What is it? Did you think of something?
Casa do seu pai, ele estava lá de fora quando aconteceu.
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Devemos ir logo enquanto a ideia ainda está fresca. Você pode ir primeiro, me juntarei depois. Devemos ir logo.
Great. Let's go then.
Eita, caralho. Lugar louco. Tem um TP aqui, mas está debaixo. Debaixo da água, eu acho. Ah não, é numa caverna na verdade. Beleza. Bem longe. Caralho, tá muito bom.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di... My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only... A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewer. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself?
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula...
We're way behind schedule. We're way behind schedule. Next on the agenda. We're way behind schedule. We're way behind schedule.
Melus, we're back!
Barco meio alto.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our... You said before that you still had some business at the court. What?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, at a glance, it was a kind of drink that...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions.
Provavelmente o Tartaglia tá nesse estado. Porque o Tartaglia mostrou que ele não estava conseguindo se controlar. Então provavelmente ele tá com perda de habilidade. Igual aconteceu com aquela lá no início.
And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse, and called for a complete...
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But no matter how... Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind...
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get... And recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret, and the man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the...
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they...
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left...
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought that... But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person... On that note, however, even though our opponent is insidious and cruel, even though Spina di Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson, there is no need to follow your father's path.
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he... Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death
and live. I've never accepted that. Ever. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that but what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle...
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he and the serial disappearances case caused him... 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing... Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right. So nobody would be able to...
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked, even though Boss has been gone...
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look...
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss.
Pode pôr então.
To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful are still far preferable than losing...
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
Caralho, que pesado e bem triste.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you, if Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he
It's the location where Synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous... No telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able... But a single visit to their headquarters... The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, why not...
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means, thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prop. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely...
Of course. And
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Belus.
a new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
It is settled, then. Please
Thank you for arranging everything.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't...
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mura and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that. On the matter regarding my husband, My daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought so. When Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was even if he fired the shot that killed my husband.
But Mama, why if Papa always wanted to be a good mate?
Well, things aren't all...
Yeah, Papa...
Then you should hold on to that. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol?
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House?
Yeah, I've heard. With some...
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining after my partner here put the dots together for me. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go. My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he could. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. The gun he was holding? Probably.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, but hold on. If that he didn't even want to face the aura, did he lose all faith in the courts?
About that, I'll tell you everything.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. Many people have laughed at me for still, but it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Hey, Thierry, it's...
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself.
Oh, so you've got news of that already?
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think...
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing... It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question.
Of course. And without them, I couldn't possibly handle... Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to...
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Aí não sei o que foi que ele falou, não. Ele virou e o outro falou com palavrão. Ele virou e falou assim: "Ô, eu só tenho 4 anos, viu?" Ele fez 7 agora. Eu falei com ele: pode parar com isso, Miguel. De competição, daqueles FIFA, ele gosta de FIFA, de jogo assim, sabe? De jogar xadrez, esses trem. Entendi que eles apelam com ele, meu filho, porque ele ganha, sabe? Ele fala assim, eu não tenho tantos anos. Mentira!
Nossa.
É mentira, aí eu vou lá e falo, ele tem só 7 anos. Pera aí pra vocês verem. Sabe? Ele também.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them.
Deve conhecer mesmo. Tchau.
If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's so I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich powerful or...
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find...
Over here!
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know?
Sure. I will let him know right...
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House.
Yes,
Oh, you were at the Opera House.
that's right. I went there. I also witnessed your to beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine...
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to be...
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed...
Yes, I was reminded of your
Exactly. I still don't...
Oh, and what
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamax. And there was also an attempt to get... If not for the vigilance of...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating. But rest assured, Navia. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you, they...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. Do you have any new thoughts on my...
About that. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet. So Then I heard the sound of a gunshot.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push...
Sounds good. Just let me know if all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and...
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with...
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus...
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission...
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's... Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more and...
Do you think he knew, even that...
Given everything that's happened since... but who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Florent? It is true that he was closest, but... Spina...
So you're saying he's too...
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to... Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, it's still really hard for me to imagine that. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own... Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the guard, but... I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be... If the mecha were taken from the...
Who could it be?
Outro puzzle. Poxa, tem uma informação faltando. Quem se... Qual informação será? Irrelevante. É relevante também. Huh?
You know, if you think every...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about...
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch mech... Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be we need far more solid proof before we can hope to—
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh?
Yeah. News came from...
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding—
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's a...
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had...
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already...
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear...
I understand. Well...
Split up? What do you mean? Just as it... Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, you're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you.
We'll help you, just like...
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did...
We heard that you'll be... It's our hope that...
Thank you so much.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protect. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to...
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
Eita, tá jogando Tartaglia.
Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've... However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that... In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a...
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the opera. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong... Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well...
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default.
Oh, A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Eita, vou ter que escolher por ela. Eu vou chutar, porque eu não sei.
Something's not...
Não é? Não é também.
Something's not...
Ah, ele, né? Eu esqueci. Não, não é ele não. Isso.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibility, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Yes,
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right... Mr. Marcel, you will not require an...
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navi.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I, only if that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big...
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by... During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 guns. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Claret. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques. In truth, after that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the... testimony. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus. Unfortunately for Jacques, this assassin a pile of clothes. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene. Since it Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all the—
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, 1. Do you have the evidence to back—
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette.
Why do I feel like—
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent.
My second question has to do with the ensuing— Then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified—
I've thought about this too. And the answer is actually the dissolving power of water. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but at that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire strait. What was certain, however, was—
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been—
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of— But what good would that do? How had this opera house ever given my father any kind— But by staying silent, I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, and once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge—
So, you mean to say—
That's right.
Do you have any—
Of course. All you need is to— I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have— But since he entrusted his will to—
so—
Yes, as a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless— in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're— I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus—
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really—
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of—
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearance?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and at the end of Lenny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning?
I suppose you're gonna tell me.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to... In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to... But the disappearances
I do apologize to...
No.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and fans. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the...
Seems like she got the wrong...
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things.
This isn't just about me. And it never... The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image? Is it a man? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd
I was waiting for you.
Allow me. Everyone hold hands. Access denied.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Step on up!
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. The water level is rising. now we can swim to the top! But this is still a ways away from where we need to go. I see everything! Thrust and rebuild! Surprise!
Next on the agenda...
Let the magic begin!
Born of ice and frost.
Everyone hold hands!
This is long overdue.
Allow me!
Over here.
Now the path is clear! Let's go!
Step on up!
I see everything! Hold the line!
Access denied.
Over here!
I can fix this.
Hey! Tera, bring refuge!
Born...
This may hurt a little.
Access denied.
Allow me! Everyone hold hands!
Surprise! No touching.
After all that, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the mixing in progress. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is, if you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. get in here. Nothing escaped. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have the old dog's a real menace to... He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. I concur. Let's send someone to... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all... What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these... Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? And then they were turned... And all the boxes of things. These names... What's this over here? Looks like some... Experiment number 16 aims to verify the experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact... You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these... Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim. But no, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case, Paimon... We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. Yeah, we haven't found anything that would... No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon... Vache's love. Then you found it. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet. So many. A whole page's worth. But the final name, Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vacher and Venier's grown son?
Pronto, agora eu consigo falar. Tinha muita gente aqui, então não conseguia falar. Mas agora eu consigo.
Marcel?
Mano, que plot twist. Que plot twist. Porque eu tava pensando que ele era o Marcel. Ele que era. Mas não, esse é o filho. Então faz tempo pra caralho essa porra. Eu não esperava. É muito mais chocante do que eu imaginava. Meu Deus, mano. Que isso?
Is it a man named Vacher?
É, Vacher, quer dizer, não é Vacher, não é Vacher.
Oh, so you do know that name?
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even...
I was waiting for you to say...
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just...
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence,
É agora. Você disse que nunca ouviu falar de Vacher. Eita, é agora. Deixa eu ver. Vai ter que mostrar esse aqui, né? Se não me engano. É isso aí mesmo. É agora.
But the truth of it, Marcel,
ele tá
is
falando.
that you've always been Vacher.
Eu não acredito, o viajante tá falando, velho. Isso é muito raro, velho. Mano, esse aqui, eu vou até tirar print disso aqui, velho. O viajante falando. Sempre sonhei ver essa parte dele falando na cutscene.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes to bring her back to you.
Imitou
You
muito.
even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely. And with that, Marcel's motive has... This information regarding your past also dismantles your pride. Well, Marcel, do you know where you... You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you.
Não, pera, então ele é o Marcel? Não sei. Agora eu tô confuso. É o filho dele ou é o Marcel mesmo? Tô com dúvida.
You never
Tô muito em
noticed how we
dúvida.
changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his...
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do it? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever no one helped me? No one even believed me? All those decades ago, even the officers from them, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind. Vinier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed callous, I spent my entire life living on pins and
Olha que
needles,
expressão linda.
only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please
don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. Please, Vignere. Don't...
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no
vai
longer have
aparecer,
any
certeza.
basis.
Certeza que vai aparecer.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearance. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover, Vignere.
Então ele era Vacher mesmo.
During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life.
Por que falou do filho dele? Se ele não tem filho.
To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, after exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher, although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case.
Então ele é o culpado de tudo. Caralho, o cara é o culpado de tudo. Meu Deus.
The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse, guilty.
Guards! Take... Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappeared.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a
Yippee! We have Navia bring the bad guy! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy.
Yeah. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with...
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol'... Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage
que agora que vai
left?
acontecer a merda.
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This is
all right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia. We now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse. According to the judgment of the oratrice guilty.
Aí, tá vendo? Eu sabia que ia sair culpado, eu sabia.
What?
E nem faz sentido nenhum.
Hey!
Sendo que não
That's
tem nada a
not
ver com
funny.
isso.
Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The oratrice?
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on—
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody.
É agora. Nossa. Eu falei, é agora. É agora. Nossa senhora. Ele vai pra luta agora. Meu Deus.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your
Que piada mesmo.
Well, I've got mine too.
Nossa, que foda. Será que a gente vai usar ele? Não, não vai, eu acho. Nossa, que foda. Mano. Que isso? Essa música é muito foda também, nossa senhora. Caralho. Que foda, agora sim que você tá cara. Vai, mostra todo o seu poder. Eita caralho, não, fodeu. O Nevilete acertou ele com tudo. Ah, que ódio, só porque ele ia transformar.
I am sorry.
Que ódio.
If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Que ódio. Nem deixa ele transformar. Filho da puta, nossa, tá ficando tão bom. Que ódio.
Hey, Monsieur Neuvillette, what's
Essa música quebra o clima inteiro. Essa música de agora aqui.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's— all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Desculpa pelo espirro. Mano, que isso, velho? Tô em choque. Ah, olá. Nossa, agora que eu tô vendo. Tá bom a season? Sim, tá incrível. Tá incrível. Meu Deus, mano. Tá incrível. É você, Leon? Acho que é, né? Mano, tá incrível, velho, esse aqui. Então, temos escolha. Você perguntar pra continuar aí.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but—
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really—
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the oracle.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed and, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial everything he's done. Not to mention the danger he poses are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intention. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, It's
tá.
unlikely that she actually has
Isso é
any
tipo
idea.
uma lembrança do que aconteceu. Tipo, não mostrou pra nós, mas tá mostrando agora do que aconteceu que a gente não viu. É tipo, tá no anime, pula uma cena e depois mostra essa cena que mostrou. Como se fosse um flashback.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do...
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, after all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Tá, e agora? Pra onde devemos ir? Saia da ópera.
We're way behind schedule.
A ponte ainda tá ali em cima? No caso, falta mais? Acho que não. Não tá.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Ah, eu sabia. Eu sabia que ele fazia alguma merda. Eu
Traveler!
sabia.
Hey! Traveler!
Eu acho.
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something.
Ah, tá.
I'm not looking to
Ele
run
vai só
away.
perguntar
Please,
algo.
please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vash? I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever—
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more—
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well.
Your Honor, I fear that—
I will go with him. You do not need to worry.
In that case, I shall leave—
Thank you! Thank you!
Ah, não. Agora teremos que ir até a Praça da Fonte. Mas tudo bem. É aqui perto mesmo. Será que ele vai se comunicar com ela? Será? Sei. Talvez.
Over here.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Esse aumenta a minha dificuldade.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you—
Vache!
Olha, ó. Oceanide, meu Deus, o nome tá Oceanide. Com interrogação. Interrogação? Acho que é interrogação.
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vignier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey!
Falei. Ele realmente vai se
Is
encontrar.
that
Não.
you? It's me, Vache!
Não falei, né? Eu achei, quer dizer.
Vache?
Com dúvida.
Why did you come? Didn't I say? You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been More than 20 years. I've suffered for all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks.
Se não fosse por você, teria pelo menos cuidado da minha mãe. E ela não teria envelhecido. Caralho. Ela tá tipo falando mal dele, caralho. Eu não sei. Algo assim.
It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You.
Eita.
Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am every woman who died by your hand. As our bodies dissolved,
Caralho.
our consciousnesses flowed back to the our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were no longer in. I'm Cressy, the only one I am not.
Why? But then, where is Vin?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignier. From the moment your first victim died, and her consciousness merged with Vignier's.
Parece que eu também não encontrei no momento. Talvez elas queriam que eu entrasse mais.
No! Vignier! She can't hate me.
You still don't understand. When I said don't... But on top of that, she said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Vache.
Credo, mano.
Drown.
Caralho, eu vou tirar uma print disso aqui. Calma aí. Nossa senhora. Caralho. Vários dias. O que será que vai acontecer?
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days.
Oh, now that I believe.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life.
It's just been one thing after. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. This time, though,
It's been the dearest wish.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was oh, by the way, well, maybe it...
Huh? So you know
Yeah, way back when I first became... I believe the story was called... To be fair, though, she was trying to lean on our friendship.
Oh, yeah. She told us about...
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you...
Now that's a...
Oh, and in a...
Oh, are you two on...
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being...
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Claren...
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps... Oh, actually...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened. And on top of that, just how much people... That includes...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too!
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining. Huh. This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there already.
Hmm?
Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Now...
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay.
Don't...
Sorry about...
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still...
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really... In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been... There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct, which is also why I didn't stop your father. I believed that a truly innocent man would never... But Mr. Callus proved me if not for his sacrifice. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, and in the end, for a justice that's higher. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. This regret has filled me with a sadness. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your...
I'm sorry for being mad. So, you're actually one of those types.
Sorry about that.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Nervalette seem to have made... Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Que lindo.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she... Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Ah, não. Meu Deus.
Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so...
Meu Deus, saiu andando.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we...
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Sobre a água amarga mundial, sobre minha irmã.
Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler.
Finalmente, vamos ver se vai falar.
I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the Opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
Como assim?
Which is all to say, I've been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's chorus stood...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. The time-tested twin tricks of While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Sobre a profecia que tem jogado. Que profecia é essa?
That the sea levels will rise and
Lembrei,
everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lenny that told us back then.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
Essa profecia veio das últimas palavras da antiga arconte deixada para o mundo.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
Wow, essa primeira vez que
This is the
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Só sobrou esse.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea. But what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would...
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Acabou agora. Tenho mais... Não tenho mais perguntas.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Que música bonita. Acabei o ato 2. Mentira que cheguei no fim. Deixa eu ver. Olha a constelação do... Ah, não tem mais. Tem mais não. Não, acabou. Não. Eu vou ter que esperar. Eu vou ter que esperar mais pra voltar. Que ódio. Enfim, é isso, né? É triste, mas terminamos por aqui, nessa paisagem bonita. Eu espero que vocês tenham gostado. Foi uma live bem grande. Eu ia dar 2 lives. Eu ia fazer umas 2 lives terminando os negócios e tudo. Mas mano, eu terminei o ato 1 e 2 em uma live só. Mas eu fiquei muito tempo na live. Mas é porque eu tava gostando muito. Mas infelizmente acabou. Até a próxima live. Até a próxima live. Eu não sei se eu vou fazer live amanhã. Mas talvez eu faça porque eu não fiz abismo. Então eu tenho que fazer abismo. Então talvez eu faça live de abismo. E no próximo. A próxima live. Talvez eu faça de missões secundárias. Não sei. Porque agora que Fontaine chegou, tem muita coisa pra fazer. Olha que bonitinho a visão no lacinho. Enfim, é isso. Eu espero que vocês tenham gostado da live. Até a próxima live. Que eu acho que vai ser amanhã, não sei, não tenho certeza. Mas eu recompensei, porque ontem eu não fiz live, né? Então eu recompensei hoje fazendo tanta live assim. Enfim, é isso. Espero que vocês tenham gostado. Até amanhã, se der. Falou.